Checking to make sure everything's going okay. Start moving down that way. We're walking. We're walking. We're walking. Make sure everything's going okay. Okay, let's see if that increases or decreases the fan noise, because right now it is pretty bad. You'll have to forgive me, I am in a very hot state. Right now it is pretty bad. You'll have to forgive me, I am in a very hot state. Right now it is pretty bad. Okay, let me turn that down a little bit, see if that got any better. Okay, that's much, much better. Let me try this back. Okay, that's much, much better. Let me try this back. Okay, not terrible. We can live with that. We can live with that, travelers. Okay, so if you are watching this edited, this is probably going to be the intro. If you're joining us live, we appreciate you. And let me start getting right into it here. We can live with that, travelers. Okay, so if you are watching this edited, this is probably going to be the intro. If you're joining us live, we appreciate you. And let me watching this edited, this is probably okay. Okay. Alrighty, travelers, once again, we are on stream number 3. This is Eorzea, the Literary Bear. We are here today, embarking on, like I said, the 3rd stream that we have in our story-based Let's Play and retelling of A Realm Reborn. This has been a long time coming, huge fan of the series. We're making excellent progress every stream. We're streaming for about 2 to 3 hours. We'll be streaming every other day. I'll be posting up a schedule on the YouTube channel sometime later today for anybody who's interested in seeing that. But enough with all the little intro bits. Let's get into the excitement, because I'm sure that's what you guys want to see. So, you'll receive your Willowhearth, I take it? Thanks for helping us out, friend. No doubt the Warlord has already informed you, but your task is to enter the Deep Croft and purge it of the lambs of Dalamud. In case you're unfamiliar with them, the cult emerged shortly before the calamity to put an end to the sixth astral era. Excuse me. The cultists took the lesser moon, Dalamud, for their god, believing it would deliver them from devastation. And so they were rather disappointed when Dalamud exploded into 1,000 flaming pieces before it could complete its descent. Now, having seen their god turn into ash, one would think that the cultists might have moved to question their faith. On the contrary, it served only to stoke the flames of their fanaticism. The Lambs of Dalamud are convinced that heretics, that is to say, everyone but them, interfered with the coming of their Lord and Savior, and that is now their sacred duty to avenge him. Whatever it is they're doing in the Deep Croft, you may be sure no good will come of it. For the sake of Gridania and Eorzea at large, put an end to their madness. Will do, God's Quiverbow. So, little fun facts about this lore before we go in here, and I would eventually like to go into a very deep dive lore into every dungeon. I think that would be very cool to do. But for right now, just a quick little update. So before ARR, which is the current Final Fantasy, which is currently 14, there was 1.0. In 1.0, the Sons of Dalamud were a pretty major player. From my understanding, I did not play 1.0 personally, but I have read a lot of story synopsises about it because it is fascinating. I'd recommend everybody do some research on it. If for no other reason than because it's also kind of lost to time, right? Like, it's something that we will never be able to revisit. Like, that is locked forever. But either way, this is a Gelmoran 2, the Tamtara Deep Croft. So Gelmora was the location that the Gridanians, what were at this point not Gridanians, but what the ancient settlers, Hearers and Elizan, but I think primarily Hearers, that ended up eventually entreating the Elementals. This is where they sort of lived before they were allowed to stay in the Shroud, before they made those deals with the Elementals. So there's a lot of history here. Galmora was a land or a people that were very rich in magic. They had a lot of death rites. You'll see quite a bit of that. Obviously a very subterranean culture, hence all the all the rocks and stuff that we're kind of in a cave with. So before they entreated the elementals of the Shroud, they just kind of, it was very dangerous to go into the Shroud. I mean, number one, it was, you know, hostile flora, fauna, all that we have even to this day. But also the elementals, who were kind of the caretakers of the land that did not take kindly to people coming in here and wrecking their shit, right? So they didn't like mortals. They weren't a fan. It took several generations. I believe it was 10 generations. Be interested to go back and look. As a matter of fact, future me in the edit, throw up how many years it was, how many generations it was before they were able to finally entreat the elementals to allow them to stay in the Shroud, rather than sort of just keeping themselves sequestered underground. But that's Galmora. We will see that a lot more. There's actually quite a lot of lore in a location that I feel like if you're a more recent convert to the game, you might actually be unfamiliar with. So it'd be interesting to go back and do that one. It's also pretty fun, although somewhat sluggish. That will be lore that we will do on likely a bonus stream day. So probably that'll be something we'll get around to at a Sunday at some point. Because it's going to take a while. But there is a feature in the game, those of you who are familiar probably already know, it's called Palace of the Dead. So Palace of the Dead, if you are a cutscene skipper and you're now coming back in, when maybe you're in your dailies, so you just want to get some updates on lore in general. Palace of the Dead is ancient Galmora, which is why some of the things that you gather there are Galmoran potsherds. So that's part of the reason you're kind of going into the subterranean city there. And again, they do cover that in the actual, like, they convey that in the story too. But I feel that a lot of people don't engage with Palace of the Dead since it's an older content. And if they do engage with Palace of the Dead, the subplot there, involving some very interesting characters that you'll meet in the main story, kind of takes center stage, and rightly so, because that's incredible as well. But you know, layers on layers on layers is the reason why I chose this as the first story I wanted to deep dive with you guys, rather than doing something new. The storytelling in this game is so nuanced because they have so many different writers from so many different cultures and things that they can really kind of tell multiple stories at once. It's really nice to see. I mentioned him in one of our earlier episodes, but one of my favorite things about this game, it's kind of silly, is you'll never hear this about any other game, is the localization team. Koji Fox is an amazingly funny guy. So he's the one who, if you've ever seen an event, he's the one who always translates for Yoshi-P, the director. But he is the primary in translating, not just because anybody who's unfamiliar with sort of nuances of language and culture, Japan is fairly rigid, fairly formal as a society. That reflects into their language as well. It tends to be descriptive, but not full of a lot of description, if that makes sense. It would be considered a fairly literal language, right? So, like, some of the things there don't translate well if you just translate them word for English. So part of localization efforts, and this is not just Koji Fox, but his entire team, would be to convey not just what the word means, but also sort of the spirit of what it means. And he has to do that in a number of different ways, and it requires a lot of trust from the Japanese-speaking team, primarily with Yoshi-P, to allow Koji, who he's developed this relationship with for many years, to do those things without a whole lot of oversight, since Yoshi-P, to my knowledge, is not super fluent in English. And Koji has definitely earned that trust over the years. So I guess that's a story out of the game, you could say. But it is one that I find really interesting. A really quick way to get familiar with Koji Fox and who he is as a person, and you can do it real quick right now. Just go into your journal and look at the names of your completed quests, right? They're all very funny, right? They all are very... They're not all funny, I suppose. They're all very, like... The quest names are not simply a throwaway. There are some quests that I have completed just because the name was amusing. They might not have a reward I want. They might not have, like, any sort of story or lore that I'm anticipating doing, but I just loved the name so much in passing, looking at it, that I was like, oh yeah, I'll complete that. I'll give it to him. Because they're funny. You could do a lot worse than funny. But anyway, here we are. These are the Eorzea feeders. Basically just giant pond skaters. This tank is, I believe, a new tank. I'm going to guess relatively new. Dark Knight starts at level 30, so he could be using his leveling roulette right now. But doing very well. He's keeping aggro. Something he's struggling with is mitigations. Although I will say, I haven't played Dark Knight personally. It is possible that Dark Knight just doesn't desync well. And it seems to me like his HP is on the lower side, so it might also be that spot for him as well. Yeah, he's wearing level 53 gear, so I think he's probably relatively new. And there's nothing wrong with that. He's doing very well. I have no problems. Even tanks that are doing incredibly poorly, all they really have to do is simply lower the amount of pulls that they have. Very good community. So if you're ever worried that, like, oh, I'm not going to be able to have fun in here because I don't know, and people have been playing this game for 12 years, even the sweatiest of veterans should know that when it comes to a Sprout, which is what I'm presenting to be, what this summoner is, give them time, right? There is no gatekeeping acceptable in Final Fantasy XIV, right? The gatekeeping is just a general term for people who are like, no, not in this is my game, and we're going to play by this. You might encounter a couple people like that. I'm sure they exist. The vast majority of people, though, in this game are not going to tell you anything like that at all. They are going to tell you to take your time. They might make suggestions, especially if you ask questions. They're happy to answer. But they're not going to say, oh, well, you just need to uninstall the game because, you know, your shit tank, you can't keep your mitts up. Like, no, absolutely not. He's doing very well overall. I've seen him use his reprisals sparingly. I've seen him use his other tank moves sparingly. One of the things he's doing, and it's something that a lot of tanks will do when they're still learning, is he tends to burn all of his mitigations at once. So if you notice, he had his reprisal, which is sort of like a debuff on the enemy more than it is a buff for you. He had that on, and he also had Rampart up, meaning he was burning both at once. And that's why he's kind of waving, and as a healer, I'm very familiar with this. So what's happening is he goes from taking almost no damage to taking just an absolute ton of damage. And it's one of the reasons why I have him as my focus target right down here on the bottom. So that I can keep an eye on his health, but more importantly, his mitigations. Because if I know when his mitts are about to expire, I know when his health is going to go from, oh, I can monitor that but not really heal him super often, to, oh my god, he is literally bleeding out of his eyes. Which, you know, super helpful. So, a little fun factoid here. The Tamtaro Deep Croft, again, Gelmoran Ruin, obviously, it is one of many areas here in AR that is sort of subject to the machinations of the Ascians. They have irons at a lot of fires, right? They're not a one-nation sort of threat. They are this, we've seen them already. But they kind of come through and they start just fucking everything up. Even at this point in the game, if I had no other experience, I would know that they're over here kind of puppeteering and behind the scenes and stuff, right? So they are inciting these cultists to try to essentially cause trouble. What they're really aiming for, in all honesty, is simply, there are reasons, we'll get through them, I don't want to spoil too much, but they're aiming for this sort of discordance. Who summons me from the void to reside within this cruel vessel? Crude vessel, you might have said. Yeah, he said crude. And one of the ways that they can do that is by utilizing the Void Scent. I will not explain the Void Scent in this episode. I think I'll probably save that for somewhere where the Void Scent are a little bit more prominent. I could do an entire video essay on just what the Void Scent represent, so we're going to skip that for now. But just know that if you see Void Scent, it does not inherently mean that they are like pawns of the Ascians, which are the cloaked people we've seen a couple times. I believe Papa Limo's already told us that in the game. But it does mean that they are, you could almost say, victims of previous Ascian machinations, and they are something that they can reliably kind of bring in. They're essentially You could think of them like psychic predators. They're not, some of them are, but they're not inherently super complex. They just come in to feed off of stuff. And forgive me if my information is a little bit outdated in our understanding of what the Void Scent are. I am a little bit behind on the MSQ. Quite a bit behind on the MSQ. So it is entirely possible that we have had some good context about what a Void Scent is. But from the understanding of what I have currently, that's what I'm speaking of. Just like that, travelers. Second dungeon completes. Look at that. We tore through that really quickly. Old Galvoth, the Cthulhu, didn't have any chance against us there. Oh, love that glam for the Makote. Just noticed. Everybody left. Yep. They all left. It's a shame I don't get to calm anybody. So yeah, pretty easy dungeon clear. No, no real issues there. Unlike the previous dungeon, we had that issue where we had to go back and remap some stuff. We do not have that here. But I do want to take a look around real quick. And I feel like sightseeing is not high on the list of people's, what you might call priorities in this game. But I would encourage you sometime to just do it. Just go look around a dungeon after you're done. Look at this. So this, again, this is a Galmoran ruin. This is the progenitors of Gridania. You can kind of see this sort of twin adder aesthetic here, even back when they were Galmoran. It almost evokes like a Caduceus, right? It's got that sort of sagey type situation going on with it. And then, of course, you have these little interment urns. You know, what do these represent as a culture? They certainly predate the cultists' involvement here. We can kind of see the cultists' situation and setup over here on these tables and daises here. Obviously, those are unique to this area. They're unique to the cultists. Probably everything underneath the blanket. But everything else, not so much. They haven't really messed with much here. So, anyway, just fascinating things like that. And then also, Galmora being subterranean. How far down is down, right? How far down does this go? We will actually get to go deeper in a optional hard mode dungeon that I think a lot of people skip. So I'll be very fascinated to see that. We get to go a little bit deeper and see a little bit more towards the core of the problem, let's say. But for right now, let's return. Oh, I apologize I didn't bring this up earlier. I did join a random free company that invited me. I have no affiliation or interest in the free company. I just wanted the bonuses, which right now are the heat of battle and earth and water. So that is it. I didn't have any particular reason to join one. Just, yeah, somebody sent me an invite, and I thought, well, you know, free experience. What are you going to do? I would be very interested if somebody who is a subscriber or viewer wants to invite me to an FC, hang out. I'm totally fine with that. But as of right now, I don't have any commitments for FCs on this server, so. Welcome back, Wisteria. I'm reliably informed that your foray into the Deepcroft was a success. Nor did I expect anything less. You've made such a habit of succeeding, it's difficult not to take your talents for granted. Rest assured, however, Mother is impressed, even if she isn't surprised. Bolord Lewin asked me to pass on his thanks. I must say, it's something of a relief to be able to call upon such a capable adventurer. Sadly, death has become an ever more common occurrence within our fraternity of late. Times being what they are, the guild is constantly inundated with petitions, and we are hard-pressed to find enough hands to deal with them all. While this means no shortage of work for able souls such as yourself, it also provides ample opportunity for the inexperienced to overreach themselves with predictable consequences. As if to illustrate the point. Avery's gone! It's all your fault. If you hadn't taken an age to heal him, he would still be alive. But I tried. He bolted out of range before I could finish the spell. He shouldn't have been so hard-pressed in the first place. We should have done more to lighten his burden. Bah! The hell's with this pathetic excuse for a party. I'm leaving, and it'd be too soon if I never saw your faces again. Goodbye and good riddance. I'm leaving as well. I doubt it comes as any surprise, but I never liked you. I only suffered you for your healing, but you couldn't even do that one thing right. Cruel though this may sound, you brought this upon yourself. Oh, and by the way, some parting advice. Get rid of Avery's head. Bury it, cremate it, do whatever the hells you like with it, but for God's sake, stop carrying it around. It's just... get rid of it, alright? Wait, don't leave me alone. Please. I'm sorry. Avery, please, forgive me. Scenes like this have become all too common. That makes a dozen times in half as many days. That's, yeah, shockingly high. Now you see why I'm grateful for adventurers of your experience. I can send women like you on a mission without worrying that you might not return. Well, not so much at any rate. Not as much, excuse me. Speaking of missions, I would entrust you with another. About a bell ago, I received a message from my counterpart in Ul'dah. She seeks the services of a reliable adventurer, and you are nothing if not reliable. Thank you. If you think you might be interested in the task, say the word, and I will be glad to share the details with you. Okay, so brief little aside before we take on this next questline. Yoshi P, his background. We talked about him a little bit, the director. Again, this is not part of this story, but it's part of a story. One of the things that really mattered to him whenever he took on this mission, this project, and the team, I'm sure, was to encourage a community that... because they stuck with it, right? If it hadn't been for the people who stuck with 1.0, Yoshi P would not have been able to essentially, like, give an ultimatum to Square Enix, which he really did do. There's a fantastic documentary series, no-clip documentaries, that will go through all of this. But Yoshi P put it on the line. Like, he stuck everything on this revival, this Realm Reborn, right? It almost bankrupted Square Enix, right? He put a lot out there, and they put faith in him. And one of the things that was really big for him was making sure that they fostered this community who, even through the really buggy mess that 1.0 was, they wanted to be here. They wanted to stick with it. They had this camaraderie and this spirit that he saw something in, and that's one of the reasons why he kept this project going. So that scene, to me personally, and I haven't obviously spoken to the developers, but that scene to me was more than just a setup for a couple of other interesting plot lines. That was them showing you in-game, not just like some throwaway text that you might not read in like a Smith line or something that you can skip. That was them saying, hey, you got to stick together through this, right? Like your healers, give them some respect. Your tanks, don't let them take all the burdens alone. DPS, be more responsible with like where you place your blame and like learn and grow as a unit rather than sort of crumbling apart like this. And Mione really underlined that. That is one of the many ways that I'm very eager to point out that this is a lot more than just like a silly little JRPG, right? And I understand it. It can also be that. It can also be silly, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that was a meaningful in-game, in-story way for them to illustrate how they're going to build this community, what they're going to do. What it means to be a warrior of light, essentially, which is what you are as a member of this community. You are a warrior of light. Just want to take a moment to really kind of underline that, because I feel like people see that cutscene all the time, and they don't really understand what it means. So, I might clip this out, and if I do, feel free to send that to somebody if that really kind of opened your eyes to what that is as well. But otherwise, let us continue. So you're not averse to taking a little trip? Wonderful. As I mentioned earlier, the request comes to us from the Adventurers Guild in Ul'dah. Once you arrive, seek out Momodi, the proprietress of the Quicksand. Think of her as the Sultanate's version of myself. Chances are she'll send you into the midst of danger, but I have every confidence that you will pull through unscathed. Now off you go, Wisteria, and good luck. Oh, excuse me, my allergies are killing me right now. Sorry if I droned on a little bit too much on that. So these are the kind of insights that I'm really happy to like talk about and share and discuss. Please, absolutely, you know, send some messages in the chat. I want to see what you guys think about things like that. I don't want it to be just, you know, a channel where I'm doing nothing but talking. Obviously, that is the content. But I'd love for there to be a dialogue. I like debates. There's very rarely a situation in which there is just a wrong opinion, right? It's hard to be quantifiably wrong about something as nuanced as, like, personal experience and art, which this is, right? I mean, any medium is art. Sorry, what's his name? That film critic who didn't think video games were art. I wonder if those, like, group of martini shakers are still here about the Aetherite crystal. That was a weird experience last night, and I love those. Just the most random stuff that you can see as you travel around. It looks like something's going on over here. Oh, they're doing something different today. Yeah. Looks like they're doing some sort of calisthenics. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what this is for. Presumably it's something. Couldn't tell. It looks like they're training. But cool. And again, I mean, I just underlined it as far as, like, the actual, like, Final Fantasy given, ARR given story beats that were in that. But little stuff like this tells a story too. It's not just what the game provides, but what we tell each other. Like I brought up in last stream, this community is very good about hosting, like, I don't know what you would call them, wakes, I suppose, for people that pass away. Like when the Dragon Ball Z artist passed away, I've never seen so many people log into a server. It was, the amount of monks there paying tribute was truly spectacular. But anyway. Welcome to the quicksand, friend. Oh, sorry. Welcome to the quicksand, friend. I'm a tad bit busy right now, if you wouldn't mind showing yourself to... Ooh, judging by your demeanor, determined expression, I take it you aren't here for ale. Are you called Berseria Rillaheart by chance? Mione sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't come all the way here to listen to my prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started. So let's talk business, shall we? She is my favorite, by the way. The petitioner ought to be arriving any moment now. Gods almighty, another second under the sun and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you'd be so kind. Papa Sean! Papa Sean! Alright. I know I just said Momodi was my favorite. I meant of the proprietors. Papa Sean is one of my favorite characters of all time. Look at his hair. Look at his little outfit. He is adorable. I love him. Sorry. Excellent timing, Papa Sean. It just so happens the adventurer who will be handling your petition is here. So this winsome lass is a much lauded adventurer, is she? Marvelous, marvelous. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, milady. I am Papa Sean, formerly of the Sultan Sworn. I thank you for agreeing to lend us your aid. You are still the Sultan Sworn, Papa Sean. To the day you die, represent. Mayhap you'd like to appraise Berseria of her mission? Excuse me, a prize? Yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine, an Amalja and Sons mineral concern. It relates to an unfortunate development in Copperbell mines. To be plain, giants have seized control of the place. These giants are a clan under the Hecatoncheires, fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mines during the bygone Thorn Dynasty. Alas, it seems they have managed to break through the layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now they prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all mining activities on the sites. It's no wonder they're angry. Didn't the Thorn Dynasty come to an end over 300 years ago? You know your history well, my lady. The people of that age used the Hecatoncheires to work their mines, by way of enchanted helmets. They were able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will, but it is oft the way of such tales these enchantments eventually failed, and the slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Hecatoncheires, our ancestors induced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the great giant revolt was ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock. Well now, that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Copperbell Mine in the Mithril Eye a fortnight or so ago. It said the mines were being reopened so as to meet the rising demand of the building materials. Like as not, our boys dug a bit too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think those poor creatures are still alive and kicking after 3 centuries. That's a long time to nurse a grudge. It must be seething. Indeed, and that makes them a danger to us all. There will be no mining of Copperbell as long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is the task which we would have you undertake. I'll not deny that the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great, so I beg you, put an end to this sorry business. Now, this is an interesting one. Gods bless you. I feared you might have reservations, but I assure you it is for the best. In case you don't know, Copperbell's in the Western Thanalan. Do take care, you hear? One last thing before you depart. An employee of Amagina and Sons is presently at the quicksand. Fellow's name is Painted Mesa. He knows Copperbell well. It may behoove you to seek his counsel. So, interesting thing here, if this were real life, I would probably find myself on the side of the Giants. Because, quite frankly, it's not even a political statement, really. Like, they kind of fucked him over. Like, even in that story, which is, you know, presumably the whitewashed out, like, desaturated, super nice version of what happened. They enslaved them, and then when they got sick of them, buried them in the rock, and left them there for 300 years. Because they didn't want to be slaves? Like, what? You couldn't just let them go? Or give them the mines that you sealed anyway? And so they could have just been left in the mines to their own devices? Like, they're not... There's nothing to indicate to me that they were an inherently violent people. And when we go down there, they have a culture. Like, they're not just, like, you know, slavering beasts. Right? I mean, they're pissed, but I would be too. So, interesting. Anyway, we're going to carry on. Looking for Painted Mesa? You found him. So you're the adventurer who's volunteered to deal with this mess down in Copperbell, are you? You've got guts, miss. I just hope you've got skills to go with them, because things ain't pretty down there. The Hecontaries left the place in a right state, nary a week after mining resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbell was old when the second old dynasty was still young. It was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would have never thought to reopen it. We knew full well about the Giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried under a mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong. Our miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of that pickaxe too many, and they found themselves in the company of giants. Unless we can subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. The stone torches... Torches? Yeah, stone torches keeping watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nation's resting on you, friend. Good luck. So now, even though, again, these giants have done really nothing besides want to escape essentially forced enslavement and like subjugation in an underground lair, all they want to do is leave, and we're like, nah, but money. It's an interesting conundrum, and I don't super love that there's no choice in the matter, but it is what it is. We are telling a sort of tailored story, and the reason that they need these minerals is in order to benefit the Alamegan refugees. And as in life, nothing is ever clear-cut, cut and dry. By helping the people of Ul'dah, I'm also helping a displaced people of refugees. So it's not like you can talk to the giants, right? So we do what we must. You've come on behalf of Gendelaine? Well, I just finished him with a fresh batch of my special creations last week. I realize the man's services are in demand, but it would be physically impossible for him to exhaust the entire supply so soon. Stolen, you say? An unfortunate turn of events indeed. Not entirely unexpected. You see, the man is something of a genius, and genius is often misunderstood by modest minds. Trust me as I speak from extensive personal experience. Yes, great minds must band together in trying times, lest the realm be depraved of our talents. And so I command you, deliver this parcel to Gendelaine with all speed. That'll be the last of that questline. Apologies, I did take a brief detour there. Sorry if I'm ranting a lot, too. We're starting to get into more and more of the lore that I have a lot of knowledge of that I'm happy to share and, like, talk about. Although, in fairness, it is a story-based channel, so I think it kind of comes with the territory. Hopefully you guys appreciate some of the insights. Hopefully you have some of your own you're happy to share. Quick little drink here. Alright. Okay, this is Thanolin. So I won't tell you exactly where I live, but I will tell you it doesn't not look like this. It's this kind of like industrial scrub land with lots of oil pumps. Nature, such as it is, has kind of been foregone for the sake of progress and mining and things like that, which, you know, I'm a pragmatic person, so I understand. But it is an interesting debate. I find it often fascinating to see media that does sort of tackle those things. Like, hey, what about, you know, what about the environment that we're kind of destroying in favor of this progress? It's like, well, yes, but what about the people who need this progress in order to achieve freedom or quality of life that they actually have where they can live, you know? Again, it's never really black and white. Walking on through past Horizon's Edge. Probably gonna be on speed up mode. Be really fascinated to see any kind of commentary about how that speed up was perceived in episode 2. I didn't want to cut out travel, so at least until I get any feedback that says it might be bad, or several people, ideally, feedback that says that they're not a fan. I'd like to continue doing that. That way I can showcase sort of travel without cutting it, but without having to sit here and just have it be, you know, 10 minutes of us walking. Because I don't think I would find that especially interesting. To me, that was kind of best of both worlds. Speed it up, get a little music in the background, kind of relax. And then when we arrive, like right now. Okay, let's talk to this guy. Go from there. There's been an incident inside Copperbell Mines. We are here to ensure that its effects are contained. But for your own safety, I suggest that you stay well away from here. What? You're the adventurer who's volunteered to quell the hackathonries? Huh, I didn't think the Papa Shan would be able to find someone so quickly, if at all. The Giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now, but it's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see to them, the better. Make ready as best you can and enter at will. Thank you. So, stone torches. There's a lot of different sort of military and paramilitary organizations in this game. The Stone Torches, to the best of my knowledge, are a paramilitary group that represent the Amagina and Sons Mining Corporation and its interests. So they are not technically affiliated with Gridania. They are affiliated with members of the Syndicate, specifically the mining ones. And they are essentially just guards for mining operations and interests. You will also see the Brass Blades. They are a military group. They are essentially Ulda's military, which are also heavily in the pockets of the Syndicate. Ulda is a big political intrigue type location. Okay. Sorcery. Love a good Lalafell tank. Okay, and we have a new tank, which is exciting. This might very well be his first time, at least on this character in this dungeon. So that's exciting. He appears to know what he's doing, though. He's got his tank stance on. He's using his fighter flight. Not using any mitts yet, but there was absolutely no reason to have done so there, so checks out. Okay, so Copperbell Mines. Papa Shan gave us a lot of the lore about everything that was going on here anyway, so I'm not going to give you like a full lore recap again. These guys all look new, actually. Love the ninjas glam. And I love that you always see new faces, especially in these newer servers. It's very cool to me to see them. Um, I can tell, though, that the tank is either extremely well studied or not new. There's no way that if he's level 27. I mean, it's sort of in the same way that I'm sure they know I'm on an alt because I'm moving in such a way that no new healer would know how to do. He gives mitts as well. Dot up all these ads along the way. Yeah, you can tell this guy is certainly much more comfortable in his role than the previous tank that we had. Again, it's little subtle things. It's not like he's wearing a thing around his head that says, "Hey, I'm really comfortable in my current role." He just the way he moves, his mitts, where he's standing, I can tell he's quite a competent tank. Which is good. We like competent tanks. We like incompetent tanks. We like anybody who wants to take on the role of tanking or healing. It is generally seen to be a less engaging task. I personally love both roles. I prefer healing, but anyway, here we have our first giant, Coltrus. You'll notice he does have this sort of like ancient gladiatorial look about him. And given what I know of Ul'dah, I'm willing to bet that probably ancient Uldans, or really I guess at that point they weren't even Uldans, they were Sylvans, from the first or second line of Ul at that point. Probably first line of Ul. Well, no, I think somebody mentioned that the old dynasty hadn't even existed at that point. So, interesting. So at this point they were just sort of an unaffiliated people whose name I don't know. We're using these guys in fighting pits, which again just leads you to think, like, what did this poor guy go through? I mean, he's been through it. It's not mentioned if there was any sort of like propagation of their species while they were underground. So it's entirely possible that these are just the exact same ones who've been stuck down here for 300 years. But imagine raising your children with this kind of thing going in mind, with mind control helmets. Still probably a problem, right, in your culture. Things like that. That's, you know, like I said, it's an interesting situation. They are not cartoonishly evil. There are very few characters in this game. I can't think of a single one. Well, there's one, and even he has kind of motivation. But for the most part, there's not a cartoonishly evil character. Most people are trying to do what they think is best for their country, their individual motivations, sort of morality or creed, right? They're not just like vaudeville villains who are just, you know, super fucked up. Like, that's not a thing in this game. It's really not a thing in life. I find in general, and especially the older I get, that very few people are just trying to be an asshole. They might succeed in becoming one, but they're often not trying to be. So, they do a really good job on that, particularly the 4th expansion. Those of you who know will know exactly what I'm talking about. Kaboom! Should have let Sasori blow it up. Naruto name, I'm assuming. Well, I'm assuming that's what it's from, is Naruto. Which is somewhat ironic because he is not the ninja. And I can't think of a less paladin-y, like, person than Sasori. Datara, I suppose. I forgot that they'd reworked all these dungeons. I don't think I've only ever done these one time, maybe, since the rework. That being said, I very much appreciate it because these were painful to get through previously. Like these were not fun dungeons. You get them and you're like, oh, this guy used to split into pieces, and it was a whole thing where you had to wait for him to split it. It was not fun. So this is at least, and here's the thing, like, not only is this more fun in my opinion, which is obviously subjective, but it also is a lot more indicative of the types of mechanics that you're going to see in the rest of the game. So far and above and beyond just, you know, being more engaging on like a personal level, again, in my opinion. If ARR is meant to train you mechanically for things that you're going to be dealing with later, the previous ones very much did not do that. They were teaching you how to play a game that didn't exist anymore, by and large. Because they were things that were either mechanics that we just didn't engage with anymore, or oh my god. Excuse me a minute there, travelers. I had some stutter there. Hopefully that didn't show up on the stream there. We did drop 91 frames. That's not good. Guessing it was all right there. Felt like it. For the most part, frames are good, but that was bad. A little scary. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, it was just not a good example. It was like, oh, here's this super asinine mechanic from, 10 years ago that we don't ever do anymore. Slaves no more! Free! Free! Masters must pay, masters must die, never again, never. And again, like I know you're supposed to, try to you're supposed to want to kill him and like defend the honor of Ul'dah and all that. But it just makes me sad. Like, could there not have been a middle ground solution for this? To my knowledge, I don't think this even gets addressed in the hard mode version of this raid, although I would be curious to see so. And again, I'm a very pragmatic person. I am not saying that in this situation, oh, just hug the giant and everything will work out super hunky-dory and everybody can be friends and it'll all be a lovely time. I am a realist. I know that that is not what's going to happen. Because if I were this giant, there's nothing short of like blood in the sand that would have satiated me. But I will say there is a scene later on with a major faction older, let's say, to a people who have been wronged, and I think that would have been a good step here, especially because, like, if there's a character who can understand these giants, it would be Raban Ul'dah. That man, number one, is basically a giant himself, but he has similar upbringing, similar problems, so. And they're gone. Just like that. Wait, what? Let's say I can take on other quest quests? I can't take on other class quests. I don't know what it was trying to tell me there at the very end. But I cannot take on class quests. Oh, yeah. I can't, though. I can't take on those things. I mean, I'm high enough level. I'm guessing it just pings that at level 35, but I can't unlock it until we get to a specific quest, so that might be a while. Before we leave here, let's go ahead and go unlock this 8th right over here. Trust me, we're going to need it. What is this one thing you would do? General. Oops. real quick. We're about to go do a thing. Oops, not that. Definitely don't want any weapons. Do you have what I need here? You do not. Okay, let's keep going. Oops. Be a bit of a journey here, guys. Stick with me. Yeah, man, it's a bit of a journey here. Okay. You there, yes you. You're you, the decisively unfashionable adventurer. Rude. Gods be good. Never in my life have I seen such an unapologetic focus on function at extreme cost to form. The mere sight of you fair makes my eyes bleed. As a lover of all things aesthetically pleasing, I count on a good consciousness allow you to continue roaming the realm in that sorry state. I do believe your appearance can be salvaged through the use of color. I will teach you how to go about dyeing your outfit, but first I must have a drink. The heat has given me a vicious thirst, and I won't be able to talk for any length of time. What a shame that would be. Be a dear and buy me a bottle of orange juice at the stall in the gates, would you? Once I have moistened my throat, there are so many jokes. So many jokes. Oh my god. We shall see for the business of remedying your appearance. Uh-huh. We'll carry on with the next thing. Oh dear, dear, dear. This will never do. My sense of aesthetics simply won't allow it. How could you get dressed like that? My dear, if only you had a spare thought for style and coordination. I hope your garb holds up during a scuffle, because there's little else going for it. That's it. I've made up my mind. From this day forth, I'll take it upon myself to save you from any more fashion disasters. Let me see. So much that needs to be addressed. Where to even begin? Be a dear and get me a drink. I'm feeling rather parched, and this is a matter to be best discussed over a glass of something cold. Just go to the Pissed Pieste and ask Follenklind. I'll have some blood orange juice, and tell her to make sure there's no pulp in it. Now off you go. The Piastes are the little, well, they're not little, the giant, like, serpent basilisks, by the way. I don't know what this is. Optional dungeon? Hail, adventurer! You wear the expression of one who seeks new battlegrounds to hone your burgeoning skills. Do not ask how Nedrick knows. He simply knows. Now tell me, are you perchance familiar with the sunken temple of Quan? I will not hold it against you if you are not. The runes only surfaced when the calamity split the ground asunder, after all. Any road, it's a popular destination these days for adventurers looking for a new frontier to explore. If you're keen to join them, why not make the journey to the southern Thanalan and visit the temple for yourself? What with the many dangers that lurk within, the immortal flames are keeping close watch over the place. But a Lalafell by the name of Bibimo should be able to offer you passage. Yeah, this is an optional dungeon. I will say, though, optional dungeons, very fun, very flavorful, lots of lore. So, okay, Falkland. Oh, Sweetgrim sent you, did she? That woman. I've never known anyone so lazy. Would it kill her to come over here and get it by herself? Here you are. You shouldn't push yourself around, you know. Give her an ilm and she'll take 'em on. Oh, I have to buy that one. Should be a merchant here. Yeah, there you are. That hammer. And horseshoes. Pray tell, have you brought me my orange juice? Lest you forget, the merchant who sells it can be found just inside the northern gates. They actually changed this to where he has it now. It used to be you had to go all the way back to Horizon and then come back in. It was horrible. Phew, that's a relief. Finally, I can teach you how to bring color into your life. Listen well. There are handy items called colorants, which allow folk to dye their outfits a veritable rainbow of colors. These colorants are simple to use. Excuse me. Adventurers have no excuse to be fashion unconscious. Lest you worry that dyeing will affect your garment's precious properties, you may rest assured it will not. The practicality you adventurers love so much will not suffer the change in appearance, change for the better. It should gladden you to know that the garments can be dyed repeatedly, so there is no fear getting locked into one color. The garish pink that seemed like such a wonderful idea for a dozen glasses of red can be undone. And that is all you need to know about dyeing gear. Now then, what are you waiting for? Go out there and bring some color into your life. I love how I'm getting fashion advice from somebody dressed like this. And I assume that's the joke, but yeah, that's a whole lot of fuckery here. So how's the drink coming along? Sorry, I got a text. I thought it might be from work, and it's from a car dealership that I have not purchased a car from. Oh, delicious. Nothing better on a hot day. Some say I have expensive taste, but life's too short to settle for second best. Of course, this extends to my choice of wardrobe, too. Does it, though? Now I'm feeling refreshed. Shall we get started? Do you know, dear, you'd look a lot less drab if you knew how to apply glamours. What's a glamour, you ask? Well, they use a glamour prism as a catalyst to project the image of one item onto another. It's just an illusion, mind, but it's very convincing. This means the original object stays essentially the same. It just takes on a new appearance, that's all. Remember, if you fancy a change, you don't have to stick with the same glamour. Just apply another one on top of it. To use a glamour dispeller, or use a glamour dispeller, to return the object to normal. Why sacrifice style for such humdrum trifles as durability, or protection, or bodily harm? Limitless possibilities for self-expression are just a couple of glamours away. Go ahead, give it a try. And do make it quick, dear, for my sake. I'm finding you uninspired attire more and more offensive with each passing moment. I'm finding your face more and more uninspired. Future me in the edit, put up a bunch of fucking air horns and like just tilt the screen around like crazy. Thank you. She has something else for us. Ah, that's how you make glamour prism, which is worthless. They cost basically nothing. Just buy them. I cannot tell you how to spend your real money or your in-game money, but I will tell you that I have never once crafted a glamour anything, and I never will, because why? It's sort of like how you can make your own flour. Unless you have a mill, you are better off just not doing that. Oh, that was our first time sailing on the big ship. I probably should have watched that cutscene. That's okay, though. I messed up anyway. We don't need to be here. Quick, are there any blues that are just not a quest here? I don't believe so. Okay. Sorry about that, travelers. Give me one moment here. That's what I get for trying to be cheeky. Cheeky. Instead of paying, like, 180 gil, I now have to pay 300 gil. So, you know. Them's the breaks. Making really good progress in this Let's Play, though. I really appreciate all the support. We've had quite a few people viewing, mostly from the edited version, which is totally fine. I tend to stream at weird times and also during the week, and also, you know, people might appreciate more of the withdrawn stuff. There's this here, that's interesting. Did not recall a one of these. The Conqueror Copperbell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Old Daw will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good times with Papa Sean next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Momodi. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. No! Ah, yeah. Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine. You stole from me and don't even think to deny it. Please, please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with my own coin. What rot? You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you'd never set foot in this town. By rights, I should have turned you over to the Blast Blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man if you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require. The authorities needn't hear of your crime. Oh, I'm about to ram my fucking conjurer staff up his ass. But I ain't done nothing wrong. Chubbs is me witness. Yeah, see, this is the problem right here. Please, adventurer, help me, I beg of ye. I swear on me mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved. I only want to treat my children a decent meal. And who the hell's are you when you're at home? The dog's master? I've had enough of this murmurs farce. You lot, teach them a lesson. Yeah, old there's not a whole lot of, like, sympathy, or, I mean, and it's difficult. I don't deny that, but still, she went to a crowd of people, this lone woman being accosted by 4 men, and they were like, not my problem. Now they're about to be fucking decimated. They haven't even hit me yet. If you're gonna talk this much shit, at least be able to do a single damage. Just one. Just one damage. I think he killed himself on me. I didn't even hit him. Wow. Yeah, y'all picked the wrong fight. Like, this was not real. I probably could have beat you with auto attacks. I'm a healer. Where are you, little fucker? There you are. Come over here. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Thank you, kind adventurer. Thank you thrice over. Oh, really? Got that echo trigger. I don't remember this at all. And this is one of the good things. I get to remember things that I haven't seen in forever. Am I going to find out she actually did steal the meat? Because that'd be pretty funny. That's where there were more refugees than when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? Simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to either abandon their homes and seek life in a new city. I see. But calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Moldal had a reputation for being prosperous, so it's only natural that refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them, truly it does, but I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, things do take a turn for the worst. We always have the immortal flames. I dare say the blast blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire patrolling the street for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins, get your dodo tenderloins. Guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please, come again. Looking around, you'd think Old Dahl was well on its way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to misery and suffering. I don't remember that cutscene at all. Interesting. Madam, are you alright? The bangs. Wham! What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? Defenseless? What? Saw her by the meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? I will overlook this, but just this once. God bless you, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what that monster might have done. It don't bear thinking about. Case closed. Hello again. We've been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. You discharged your duty as envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in your face of myriad dangers. But more importantly, you were always ready to help those in need, even if you didn't stand to earn a guild by doing so. You are possessed of all the qualities we seek in adventure. Of this, we are convinced. Even if you were kind of dragged into that business with the dodo meat. Yes, thank you, Ida. And then there is the matter of your gift. If I dare say you are curious of the nature of the vision you were born to witness moments ago. Well, we can help you understand it. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we'd love to meet you. Love you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning, for we would also have you lend your strength to our cause. In return, we would be glad to assist you in adventuring endeavors in whatever way we are able. Should you decide to take us up on the offer, I sincerely hope you will pray speak with Momodi. The proprietress of the Quicksand is a good friend of ours. She will tell you where to find us. In other words, pray return to the Waking Sands. Wait a minute. We haven't even told you the name of our order. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone, except Momodi. She already knows. Al amigo. Sorry. I can't help myself. Okay. Sorry. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing of a gentleman's woes with the womenfolk from time to time. Ah, Wisteria, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to a fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well. to look at you, well, no one would have ever guessed that you've been hard at it with giants in the dark. That's a statement. You're every ilm the adventurer Mione said you'd be, Wisteria. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. When she hears the news, excuse me. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who would have a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew she'd meant you right away. Oh, it's her. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name is Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at it, being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania when... I'm sorry. We were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avery, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you from what you were, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believed that he would succeed, had a fiend not robbed him of that chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of a woman you are, and all you've achieved, I find that I'm inspired, just as Avery once was. So I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask you your name. Wisteria Willowheart. I shan't forget. Thank you, Wisteria Willowheart. I pray that we will meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be cruel, bleeding business. Time was, I don't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with it. Aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be right pain in the arse looking after all of you. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full well glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes doubly for you, Wisteria. Healing's Mutual, Modi, you are my favorite. What did you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? They are beginning to move in earnest, then. Listen, Wisteria, the Scions ain't no ordinary folk. The work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. Let me at him, Coach. Put me in. Put me in. So, you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being olden. Oh my god. Oh, I don't think I've ever read that line. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's more pressing problems. Of course, they ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you, Wisteria. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you could probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for, it's called the Waking Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance, and they should be able to be let in. You're a woman in demand, Wisteria, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget about them as helped you make it into the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell them about how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right, well, I've said my piece, so off you go. Okay. So that's pretty easy. Easy like Sunday morning. Yeah, we'll definitely keep progressing the MSQ. Just looking at the time, we're less than an hour in, so we're doing great. We're getting a lot done. Really appreciate everybody working with us here. Let's see here. This is going to be a journey, so if you are watching the edited version of this, you will not be seeing any of this, and I cannot wait to get my mount. Flying ideally, but the mount would be a great start. Just using auto walk right now, checking my phone for a couple of things. Don't mind me. Let's see. Nope. Well, if you didn't know I was doing auto run before, you definitely do now. Hello, big lizards. How are you? Don't mind me. Just passing through. You guys taking the scenery here. This here's a lot of walking, travelers. Alright, we are almost there. That is an amazing chocobo outfit. I love it. That's so cute. Oh, Tataru! That was close. I didn't think I was going to see her so soon. Okay, let's see here. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blossoms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Trollololololol. That it had no rhythm or cadence at all. Ah! I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised that this is my private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... Here at the behest of Edom Papalimo. My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name? The book is bigger than she is. Wisteria Willow Heart, Wisteria... Ah, yes, here you are. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the solar. I shall let her know to expect you. I will say something interesting about this game is it did expand my vocabulary, or at least brush it off a little bit first time I played it, because I was like, what the hell is an antecedent? So that was fun. This is a while ago, obviously I know what it means now, because they call her that pretty much exclusively in ARR, but still. Thank you to your Wisteria Willow Heart. Tataru sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minfilia has eagerly awaited your coming. This way, please. I need to pick a good voice for her, because she's got a lot of dialogue. Lot of dialogue.
So you're the adventurer of whom
never
I've
mind.
heard so much. Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming.
That's what she said.
Please, Be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are ripe to burst with friends. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body? All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Okay, popping back in there. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and to the word from me, they would gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, milady? I love the way Lalafell's walk. Sorry. Thank you, Tataru. Pleasure is mine, milady. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will prove invaluable to your adventuring endeavors. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. A mutually beneficial relationship, I am sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it is important that all concerned are aware what is expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you, I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach out to one another afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. Okay, I skipped some of this. We Scions have but one objective, to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find the lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer, Wisteria. Interesting.
I take it you will help us. Wonderful! I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there! Welcome! I had every confidence that you would agree to help us.
Me too. Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. Last but not least is Eorzea, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I am glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Eorzea, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina & Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Eorzea, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ul'dah.
Ever at your service, fair lady.
Okay, we are back. Let's talk to Thancred. Voiced by Taliesin motherfucking Jaffe. That's his middle name. I don't know if anybody knew. Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. I cannot do his voice justice, and I won't try. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected, assuming we are correct. It is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friends at Amagina & Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem to be a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isimbeard, sure, we're going to roll it, but we're going to throw a silent J in there before the D, why not? The company's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see that he... It's like a mob shakedown. Okay, we have not really explored Thanalin at all, so... We've only been to Western Thanalin. From here, it is quite a ways to the other. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go back to Horizon. Did I get the things that I was hoping I would get? Yes. These are a godsend. Wait till we... Might as well, because it's going to do that anyway. Let's do this, and then we're going to go ahead and... Well, we can use that. Oops. Oh, we just don't use it. These people counter. Where'd they go? This. Okay. Links at the hotbar. We're going to put those... there for now. They put those in the game to address a extremely valid complaint of basically anybody who's ever played the game. And I made a brief joke about it, as anybody in the community could tell you when I said, "Brave return to the Waking Sands," because god fucking damn it do you have to go to the Waking Sands a lot. I'm a lore guy, so I appreciate that there is a lore reason why there is no Aetheryte in the Waking Sands. Right? Instead, you have to either sail from Limsa, which is faster, or teleport to Horizon and then walk a bajillion miles through a fucking waterfall and a swamp, right? Those are your two options. You have two, pick one. A lot of people rightfully did not appreciate this, and so whenever you are a new adventurer now, you get these handy dandy tickets. These teleport you right at the doorstep of the Waking Sands. I like to make alts occasionally to re-experience things, which, you know, I'm kind of doing now. Last time I did that, they had yet to include this, because it's been a while since I've done this. So, I'm not sure if they give you, like, a quantified amount to be exactly enough, or if they give you, like, some extra. But I would say it would not shock me at all to know that you do return to the Waking Sands about 40 times for this. And there's a lot of quests that are literally, and again, for some story reasons, that are literally go talk to a guy, return to the Waking Sands. Go talk to a guy, return to the Waking Sands. It gets super annoying. So these addressed a core need in a very elegant way that did not sacrifice the story, but instead just limited a lot of the bullshit, which is the perfect solution in my opinion. I almost got too sidetracked talking and overstayed our welcome here in central western Thailand. But that was pretty cool. We got to meet the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. They are an order of truth seekers, good doers, whatever you might want to call it. They are sort of remnants of the Circle of Knowing, which was a foundation created by Louis Soir Levelier. A very prominent figure in pretty much any story, especially those that are in any way related to the original Launch 1.0. Louis Soir Levelier was a Charleyan scholar, activist, noble, pretty much all of those things. He was a kind man who saw injustice in the world, and rather than simply allowing it to continue, he has done everything that he could up to, at this point, to our knowledge, giving his life. He's the man in the very intro that we saw in the beginning, to safeguard the realm and its interests, not just for a nation or a single purpose, but for the entirety of the world, right? That's who he is at the fundamental of his being. And this is the organization that he founded. His staff was actually on the wall. If past me, or if you, I guess, future me, put that up in editing real quick. That was his staff. It was broke. That's one of the only things that was recovered at the Field of Carteneau after the Calamity. Sorry, I saw this real quick. After that very serious and heartwarming thing, let me see if I can beat this guy in Triple Triad. Oh, it's Order. I hate Order. I don't generally like anything that causes me to have a predetermined list of cards that I can play. I like strategy, and being mobile is a pretty big part of strategy. So this is probably the only time I'm gonna, because I'm not gonna make a specific order deck with these shit cards. So we'll do that, and then I'm probably done. So that's good. I'll come back to that whenever I can make an order deck, or just get better cards and just trounce her regardless of whatever order. I'm gonna tune to Blackbrush. We're gonna grab that on the way up. We're going to Northern Shroud, is that right? Eastern Shroud, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, that Northern Shroud was way later. We can skip going to that one up top then. Whenever it's convenient we will, but we don't need to right now. Give ourselves a little bit more free form in the exploration. Okay, so to give us something to talk about and hopefully not cut this out, we'll see. Or speed it up, I guess. So yeah, there was Louis Soir, his two grandchildren. This is not much of a spoiler because it's fairly obvious just from looking at him, honestly. Were in the cart with us in the beginning of the game. They will come into play later as major players. We'll figure out how exactly that's going to happen later on. But yeah, Louis Soir, I don't think it would be a stretch to say is probably one of the most important characters in the entire story. Founded the Circle of Knowing, which was built to sort of study and learn about the Echo as well as other esoteric things. in order to try to keep the realm alive during the calamity and all the events that happened. So Louis Soir sort of knew what was going to happen, right? He predicted what was going to happen. He knew about the Meteor Project. He knew about something we haven't encountered yet that I'll talk a little bit more about at length that was going to happen that would prevent most people from resisting, say, mental issues rather than just the physical, because he knew he could probably protect the physical. Very talented mage, very, very smart guy, right? But he knew that most people would not have a defense against certain types of attacks that he foresaw being an issue. And so he set about correcting that by increasing certain aspects of the realm, using the Scions and Circle of Knowing, by having them pray at statues of the 12. We actually saw that in the opening cutscene. You got to see them praying at statues of the 12. You didn't know what they were doing necessarily at that point. But Louis Soir had them do that in order to essentially act as focal points for a massive casting of magic that he did. The type of magic that probably contributed to his demise, I would say. It's a fair bit to say. Without giving too many spoilers about something we'll do after post-game. Because it was a ridiculous amount of power that he channeled. If you notice during that cutscene, various sort of representations of the 12 were circling around him as he cast, and that was the various members of the Scions channeling places of power from the 12, places known to be important to the 12, and sort of funneling that energy into him as he cast that final spell, which is also why none of the Scions were present at the field with him. So, a little fun factoid there for you if you didn't know. But anyway, let's talk to Isambard. Aye, I'm Isambard. Here to search for missing folk, I take it. Ophelia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Eorzea. It seems we know who the culprits are, at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victims safely returned. Let us get right to it then. Minfilia names the Eorzea culprits in all this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by the Eorzea hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the church of Saint Ladama. Adama Landama. That's probably a Lullafell. Adama Landama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent. But I know not if the Eorzea still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You will find them on the eastern road. 12 willing, you may even come to learn something of what the Eorzea seek in this area. Okay, did we attune to this? Yes, we did. Okay. I have a terrible habit of going right past Aetherites, not attuning to them, and then just going on. So, gotta double check sometimes. Y'all might have noticed, by the way, but we have well outstripped our leveling. We are currently doing level 17 quests as a level 36. So, the areas, unfortunately, do not house much by way of interesting encounters from the wildlife, and that's unfortunate, but good news is we don't need to grind. And these are the Eorzea. Lesson of the Fire, Guardians of Ifrit's Fire, Flames, all that. Not super fond of the ripe corpses. Corpses probably would have been fine. I don't think we need to add an adjective onto that. Also, Mysteria, very strong. Just hauling corpses, throwing them in her pockets. It's even funnier when you're a Lullafell, to be honest. It's like, yeah, I'm 3 feet tall. Here's 3 giant bodies. What kind of bag of holding situation we got going on here? It is good to see you returned. Were you able to secure the remains of the fallen? There you are. Bodies given back to the proper earth, the souls will find their way across the other side. You have done a noble deed this day, I thank you. Now then, what are the Eorzea? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Eorzea remaining, after all. I feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Eorzea raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who had been implicit in these vanishings? Excuse me. A bit of tongue twister there. Let's say we return to the common folk themselves, and maybe among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungst, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. Rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you. If you show this to him, I'm sure he'll speak to you. Okay. We're about to get a surprise. Love these flowers, by the way. Very pretty. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Ulda. What in the seven hells do you want with me now? Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours is bad. Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail if you run so much as a wind pass nearby. Played them for fools and coaxed some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. What with all the disappearances, excuse me. You can go talk to him yourself if you don't believe me. You beggar. Please, miss, just leave me be. I've nothing to say but this. Thou'll take whoever or whatever's been feeding off us low folk. Well, what do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please, don't kill me. Just as I told you, wasn't it? A whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and moved onto a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. We have a pretty clear end point in mind now, actually. Welcome back, Wisteria. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Ungst. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, then the clergy may know something of use. Money! If we would know what the common folk speak to their gods, we've no better place in the church of St. Audma Lendama. It is a small and humble church found in the northwest of here. And so long as you are headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to the burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marquise. He tends the graves in the lich yard. Lich yard? Better not be any damn liches in that yard. For some reason, I don't remember being called that. He will tell you where the body must be interred. The reason I say this is probably a Lalafellan name, by the way. If you haven't noticed, Lalafels have a lot of, like, alliteration. It's almost like a... For those of you who know anything about the Samoan culture, customs, language, it's pretty similar to how their naming conventions are typically. With, like, a lot of the same letters sort of repeated. So, like, Tataru's name is Tataru Taru. Right? It's a lot of that. Papashan, Papashan, I think is his name. For example, Nanamo Aldin's a little bit of an outlier, but she's royalty, so. I am Marquess. Yes, a body. Oh, of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, miss, if you seek a place of burial. Then there is an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay the rest there. My, what suspicious blue goggles you have there, Marquess. Interesting. Just turn on the webcam so you can see me making this stupid smirk right now. Where might one find up the hill? Because I ain't seeing nothing here. Is there up the hill there? Am I blind? Oh, I'm blind. I literally walked right by this. I mean, in fairness, it's kind of dark over here. It kind of blended in. We'll go with that. There we go. Bury the corpse. May they all walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orson can. She has been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Orson within these church walls. No, quite young. I hear you have done us a service by burying the fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when you see him next. You seek knowledge of the missing dry-bone inhabitants? It is true I am closer to the people than any other in the Order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share information with you. I only wish Marquis would be more helpful in this matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense to his conduct. I must have words with Marquis, and soon. I think Thancred might know who he is. I mean, spoilers, but yeah. I remember the Red Mage quest being somewhere over here. I'm gonna guess it's right here next to these two very red individuals. Also, weird little fact about red magic, because it's interesting. It's a Final Fantasy staple. We've talked about it in the very beginning episode. But you don't have to play every Final Fantasy to play any Final Fantasy. They're anthological, and so you don't need to keep a continuing story to be able to play it and understand it. But red magic has been around since the beginning. How the fuck does black magic and white magic make red magic? Shouldn't it be gray magic? Or literally any other color? Still don't understand that part. But anyway. Thank you, Mysteria. Burial's not an easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Whoop. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Mysteria? Oh, excuse me. You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Mysteria? Just the man I wanted to see. A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here of learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I too spoke with Ungst more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to the notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service of the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance. Abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession? The good sister Ornstein herself. Orson? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper, Marquess. I swear to the 12 I've seen that face elsewhere before. Oh, you certainly have. Sister Orson, it cannot be, though. Though, she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own. It is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be. She couldn't. I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular she is fond of. Pray seek the boy, Wisteria, and see if you cannot glean something from him from Orson's activities. Back up. I briefly mentioned it before whenever he was introduced, but Thancred is voiced by Taliesin motherfucking Jaffe. Again, that is his middle name. He is a voice actor, prominent voice actor, a lot of anime, but also just in general, very popular voice actor. And of course, a key cast member in Critical Role, which is a D&D the D&D podcast. Founders of the Darrington Press, which made the game Daggerhearts. They are instrumental in sort of revolutionizing the tabletop sphere. There's a couple other things that really brought it back into prominence, like the timing of Stranger Things, for example, and stuff. But I would say Critical Role has done more for D&D than certainly Wizards of the Coast has, to keep it relevant. And I feel like every time D&D makes a major move to try to make the systems and the books and the lore relevant in some way and include interest and inclusion and things like that they're very good at doing, Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast is like, but nah, though. No, let's not do that. We don't want to do that. Let's just, like, make everybody pay a subscription fee to read, rather than selling a product. We'll just sell a subscription for, lesser products and update them with various multiple tiers. It's a whole... I'm going on a very long-winded rant about Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast, but, yeah. Daggerheart, though, very good. Strongly recommend. I've yet to play a session. Eventually, my wife will DM one. Someday, maybe. I have a character. Quite excited about it, depending on player comfort, because that is most important. May or may not stream it. We'll see. Please help. Oh, please help. Sister Orson went all the way out on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Thal and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it. But one of the monsters outside hurt her. Please find her. That'd forgive me if I just randomly parkour over stuff, just to have it. There's no particular reason why I should. Time to fuck off. Thank you. Wha-bam! You were the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes, well, I was able to find the lost trinket. It is a ring given to him from his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. She seems innocent, thank you. I'll let a fellow new adventurer over there real quick. Alright. Now back again. We're going to teleport this time. Always teleport. Pro advice. I like the gil that you will lose in the minute, roughly maybe minute and 30 that I would walk back here will be ably made back by not having to walk here. Long-term thinking. Sister Orson was attacked in the Golden Bazaar. Gods forfend. I will secure a room for her at the inn as soon as she requests any rest. That was not what he said, but close enough. searching for the mementos of orphans, and risking her own well-being in the doing, no less. Certainly not dastardly deeds Thanker would have us believe. I am well glad I reserved that room in the end for Sister Orson. It seems she has received greater injuries from her attacks than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, on the matter at hand. Thanker came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Eorzea encampment in the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. Yes, we have it very clear. So we're at the 2-hour mark right now. We have a very clear end goal now that we are in Thanolin doing these quest lines. Some of you are going to be able to guess it. And that'll be an amazing climactic finish. And at that point, I will call the stream for the day. Next stream, I know we're still in the middle of this one. But next stream will likely be Saturday, Thursday. Yes, we stream 3 days a week. So we stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Occasional bonus streams Sunday. This particular Sunday, as much as I would very much enjoy it, we will probably not stream because I'd like to get up on my editing. I'd like to be able to have things releasing daily. That's the goal, and it's difficult to do that if I'm constantly editing the episode beforehand. I'd like to edit multiple episodes in sequence and schedule them in advance. That will lead to a better experience for your, hopefully, the content, but also it'll just mean that I have an easier time balancing my various life things. Ah, there you are, Wisteria. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all these good things about Sister Orson. Isambard said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about those poor roses were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merits. Whilst following Sister Orson to the Golden Bazaar, a band of Eorzea caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let us just say I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Wisteria. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Excuse me, lizard friend. How are you? I'm lizard friend. How are you? This is not really, like, canonically relevant, but it's just weird because whenever you, whenever you're 10 levels above something, or I think it's 11 technically, they just don't aggro at all. So, I can just sit here and tap dance. I mean, I can hit him. If I hit him, he'll aggro. But, yeah, that's about the only thing to do. Okay. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? This leaflet. See the wealth of Nald to the hands of your children. Looks to be some kind of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nald Thal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe that one among the Order penned this. Pray take this in the hand of Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Orson makes of this. So again, just teleport. Okay. My savior comes again. What do I owe the honor this day? What is this? Blasphemous. These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order, of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago, the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive the people? The plot thickens, Wisteria. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have worthy adversary on our hands. I should consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. Posing as a priest to think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again, Wisteria. I shall keep my eyes and ears open, now more than ever. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon, more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friends. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Wisteria and me serve like with like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. Dare say to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Wisteria, so as to lay the foundation of our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at the camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us, and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the priest should catch wind and approach us. Well, that's not his worst plan. Oh, I have to put on the outfit. Inventory? No. That and that. Okay. Fortunately, most of my stats come from my earring, so I should be fine without that. There it is. Greetings, good madam. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows at the pond northeast of the sand gates? Somebody else in the same room? Probably upstairs. A lot of verticality here. It makes it difficult to see everybody. Okay, here we go. I preach the teachings of Azima, the warden. Hast thou come to partake of the honey of her wisdom? Azima is the keeper of the sun and the goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught at the end of days. Yeah, wrong, deity. And you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The mortar flames are neither the work nor the coin for your like. Be gone and see to you don't make a nuisance of yourself. I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. I'm checking something as I'm walking, sorry. Let's see, how many quests do we have before we get to the one that I want to end on? Not very many, perfect. What is it? Gods, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomever you like. Why don't you keep your own kind out there by the muddy pond of yours at Drybone? You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Wisteria. The camp is abuzz with talk of the newly arrived vagrants. Though we were unable to attract any wayward transgressors, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond of the North Sandgate. To the east of here. The eyes of authorities do not reach that place. Rather ideal for the spiriting away of hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. I love how he's not wearing one, though. It's like, yes, we'll put on this disguise. It doesn't put on the disguise. It's raining sideways. Oh, I need him for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? He is wearing the outfit now, I stand corrected. You look absolutely smashing, Mr. D. Positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live, no way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child. I mean you no harm. I'm priest of the Order of Naldthal, come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teachings of Nald. Trust to him, they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. Yeah, penury. Tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made an odds-awful mummer, Ungst. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Amalja raid began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew. And so I did the only thing a merchant could do. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands? What kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted me to schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people. So I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amalja. Didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence? You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What would make you sell out your own people? Speak. It was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not even see a fraction of what the Amalja pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets? Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. You want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Not you again. Were you the one leaking the immortal flame's mature roots to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about it, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. But no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Visalia, be a dear and take word of our developments to Minfilia, would you? I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. And we have our first Pray Return to the Waking Sands. Pray return to the Waking Sands. But boom, here I am. Those tickets are super useful. Cut me out a lot of like clipping later too for the edits. That's nice. Okay. Welcome back, Wisteria. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see. You've done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted was taken, and none but the Amalja know the answer. Suffice to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Though we seek a peaceful solution on the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots. He is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment into Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has been disseminated to the great benefit of all of the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of this process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him to use it to demonstrate the craft to you. Mutamix is ever to be found at his camp in central Thandalin, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for the pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. I'm actually glad I waited to walk over there, because I was almost walked over there on the way to here, then would have had to walk all the way back over there, so that worked out. Let's also try to come out of these. Whew, so sorry, travelers. We're getting there. Like I said, we have a very clear end goal. Still pretty early, but I wake up pretty early for work. It's been a rough week at work. So, grateful that's almost done with. Focus on spending some time with my wife. And the channel. Probably in that order. Okay. Grab this real quick. What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can, believe it or not, although the soul in question is not their own, but that of their owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we use can hold on to our spiritual energy. Thus do we form a spirit bond with them. This spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. I am well versed in the ways of materia extraction. If you wish to learn more about the process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. Yeah, I'll grab that real quick. You're ready to commit yourself to learning? Good. As you will have gathered by now, materia is a crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile beast at the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, this means that you won't know the exact properties of the stone until you cradle it in your hand. Now, materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped, see? This is achieved by melding it into gear. Know, though, that it takes a deft hand of a craftsman to melt materia. You can always seek others to attach materia on your behalf, but if you would sooner do it yourself, I recommend you speak with Fahabas. Melding is her field of expertise. Yeah. So, we now have unlocked materia extraction. We do not have a Handerland at that level, so we can't meld yet. Can continue this quest though. Pshkba! Who is an uplander come to the tent ring of Motimax Bubblypots? Fighty Tools drinks an airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty Tools change to Stunning Shine, name of materia. In materia joined with other Fighty Tool. The Big Eyes. Fighty Tools gains power of airy self. Shabaw. Moonamax says reckoning that the Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mutamax with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to power of materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mutamax, yes? Fighty Tool is unstrong as Eaten Tool. Make good teachy show of power of materia. The materia master. Now eyes of Uplander pointing at fighting tool, yes? Materia, join my fighting tool. Fighting tool gains power of materia. Fighting tool reborn. Here, Uplander, take fighting tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents, excuse me, I could not read that word for some reason, from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing it. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It will have to have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host with its power. That's how Master Munimax turned that dagger of yours into somewhat as would have struggled to cut steak to weapon worth wielding. Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowledge of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can be joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learning ones of Munimax. Our Yoda, and you remember I mentioned that you would literally have to go to a place, well, Waking Sands, go to a place, back to Waking Sands. We're doing it again already. So, you can imagine how frustrating that would be if after doing that, you had 3 extra minutes of just walking on foot. So, definitely better here. Welcome back, Wisteria. I trust your visit to Bonfire proved fruitful. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of material can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I am sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeats. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Wisteria, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matters of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you're ready to begin. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he has been able to extract some information from our friend Ungst, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Eorzea to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Eorzea responsible for the abductions. So they mean to have Ungst attend as planned. As the Eorzea are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames requested our support. I would have you provide it to them, Wisteria. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you, save some for him. Such is his confidence in your confidence I share. Confidence in you, confidence I share, excuse me. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of her crystal. Back to Drybone. Bone, bone, bone. Yeah, bone. Okay. This is what I was waiting for. Is he up top? He's probably up top right there in that little corner, or he's in this building. He's in the building. Okay. Are you... Ah, you're Wisteria Willowheart of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Eorzea and prise from them the whereabouts of the abductees. Lizardmen are aware that their man Ungst has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous at the point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much more of the Eorzea plot if the mission succeeds with Syria. Let's make sure it does. Get out there to the invisible city. Don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. Suppose we could go back over this way. Yeah, we could. So let's do that then, shall we? Not go that way. Still raining sideways out here. The weather's a lot more suited to Leviathan than Ifrit. Okay. Let's do this thing. Very exciting. The bait in place. Our man's in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before you finally being caught. You don't wonder how I managed it. It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Your every move was known from the very to me from ahead of time. That was a tongue twister for me for some reason. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Kill this fucking guy. Go into them. When I said it can be kind of, once you get to higher levels, right about here, it can be quite annoying to do these instance duties as a healer, because you just don't have a whole lot of options. Just kind of just put the damage and just wait. Not a very engaging combat system for that, but it does get significantly more fun when you're in dungeons and trial content, so. Put up your weapons or your comrade's dead, man. Behind you! Oh. Bring her. Rest of you march. Traitor scum. Fear the emulsion to give us to the gods as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death with steel in hand. Okay. I did definitely kind of hint at this being the ending, but yes, this is our endpoint. If we can get to this, that'll put us in a really good position for quite a busy stream next stream, but so after that, we're going to have a lot to do. Quite a lot of busy work as well. We'll be exploring something that I've been looking forward to, but also know is going to take a while, so that'll be fun. There we go. I say it shouldn't be too much longer now. One good thing about the healer, you got that healer Q. Healer Q. We're now deep in the battle of Eorzea territory. Why am I in Copperbill Mines? Oh, shit. I forgot to unpin this off the duty finder, so if you're watching the recorded version of this, you will not see me do a completely unnecessary run of Copperbill Mines, which is what's happening now. If I were a bad person, I could leave this and not have to do this, and they would have to re-queue a healer, which takes forever. But sadly, I will just eat it as my mistake and do a completely unnecessary additional run of Copperbill Mines. So, let this serve as a reminder yet again for me, because this is not the first time, that whenever you're progressing in your story and you're doing several duties at once, make sure you unpin your current duty before you list the new duty, or you will end up with this exact same issue. Oh boy. We'll call this a bonus dungeon, shall we? The sad thing is, like, dungeons can be very useful for leveling, but that's typically if they're at level to you, which this very much is not, so. And also, I don't need levels. I'm massively over-leveled, so this is a complete waste of time. I'm so sorry, Jeffers. Oof. But my mistake. I'm not going to make the other people in here pay for it. It's a new tank as well. Not sure if it's a new character, but definitely a new tank. In terms of like the level there, 17 unsynced, so Yeah, very new, very, very new. Second Storm Lieutenant, though, so definitely not a new player. Just leveling up their Paladin. Oof. Feel very, very dumb about this, but like I said, here we go. That plotting. Still kicking myself with this. This is gonna take so long. We got one more boss and the final boss. Then we still have the boss we have to fight for actual fighting. We'll just consider this an impromptu leveling roulette. How about that? I think I probably have those unlocked now, actually. Again, not that I need to level at the moment, but one of the things we will likely do next stream, though, is unlock some additional quests. They will probably be crafting and gathering quests. If I can, I'd love to be able to do that on the bonus stream if I do end up having one Sunday. It'll just depend on how much time my wife will give me for editing. So... keep trying to do presence of mind, which is a fucking thing I don't have yet, so... almost done with this, travelers. Almost done with this. Need to toggle on skip previously viewed cutscenes. Not going to skip current cutscenes, obviously, but previously viewed cutscenes, yeah. Although that's not going to be something we encounter too much in the streaming. Just mainly for me personally, if I'm running roulettes or something, leveling, grinding. But LB. That monk LB. Oh, he's not gonna do it. Damn. I was seeing the LBs even when I'm not doing them. Let's count this tank there. He did a good job. Pass. Read. Okay, so that was fun. Let's go. Oh, don't turn that on. Turn this off. And 1 second. Oh shit. Such devastation, that was not my intention. Need to plug in my headset because it is making beepers at me. We almost made it. Ironically, if I hadn't had to unnecessarily do that dungeon, we probably would have been fine. Okay. Let's queue up for this. Should be just the Bowl of Embers now. So we'll take that as a good lesson in what not to do. I can actually get these now. Yeah, I was hoping it would count for duty roulette. It did not. But we did get player comms, so that's nice. Okay. Bowl of Embers. Why is it only 5 people? Or 4 people? Is this not an 8-man? Please tell me I queued for the right thing this time. Okay, this looks right. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servant beseeches you. Grace us with your divine presence. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhood. If it pleases you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing fire and mark them as your own. Bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed on. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. Oh, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more, my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. Impossible. By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be your soul already belongs to another? Yes, that is the only explanation. Not the only one. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as a vessel the blessing of but one. Yet I smell no taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the goddess's blessed number. The paragons warned of thine aberrant kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. Okay. So this is our first fight with a full-on primal. So Ifrit, obviously, God of Fire. He's been a Final Fantasy summon for a while. I hesitate to put his first summoning, but I'm pretty sure it was 3. Obviously, very fire aspected. Sort of his whole deal, right? Oh, shit. We're going to get to meet a lot of primals. Most of them are notably summons from the Final Fantasy universe in general. Some of them summons that you might not expect them to be able to work into the game. But they do, and it works, so who are we to complain? Somebody should get an limit break here in a sec. Ooh, that hurt. Even at low levels, that was quite painful. That was a blast for sure. Your god means nothing to me, lizards. That's what that look means right there. A rock. Pray forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Emulge zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent ones. Whew. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives. No less than I'd expect from the Flame General's handpicked men. As for those two, I'd fair say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Basilia. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was the mighty Ifrits. What a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I anticipated, even taking Uldar interference into account. You should know better than rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at the court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. The meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn to read, but I take your point. I suppose we can content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by the adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a probe prove a hindrance to our plan? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Allies like that. Beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Alright, let's turn this in here. Oh, there you are, Bastidia. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity after witnessing the gods' ignominious defeats. The Emulger will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope now you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered. Ah, but it suits me well not to dwell on negatives. Amidst all of our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Bastilia. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning that she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned the trust. You've earned yourself a rest. Take some time and relax. Return to the Waking Sands when you're good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. And of course, we have our third play Return to the Waking Sands. So, tempering. We briefly alluded to it before. But tempering is something that the Echo seemingly provides us a complete immunity to. The tempering is something that will completely override the mind, personality, soul, whatever you want to say, of a creature and replace it with essentially a thrall of over-aspected ether. At this point, we don't know exactly the mechanics of that, although they do go into it in great detail. From a metaphysical standpoint, it's really quite interesting. I'm going to skip through her dialogue because it's not really important. But that is something that they'll go into in detail, like I said, it'll be very interesting. My late arrival nearly cost Wisteria her life. I wasn't there when the Eorzea took her prisoner. And I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrits. Yes, by some miracle she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have been placed in such dangers. I failed her utterly, just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thangred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Wisteria, it is so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The battles you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. And now we put pay to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Eorzea undertook both the robbery and the abductions in the aim of summoning their primal Ifrits. Nor is this a tale limited to Uldar. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals, but maybe to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life, and it permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether. Crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be tracked back to a primal. Which leaves us to the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together or etheric coalescence which grants us the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their gods become. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give. And in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remain unaffected, thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed by the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a great power protects us. When you first came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threats. I trust you now begin to see why? The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The Immortal Friends assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of your respite, Wisteria. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended it or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something it would think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that all will be put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information has not been made public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. Its very essence lends strength to the primal, whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, though that no more innocents may need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Wisteria. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louisa would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Got a lot to live up to, Thancred. Okay. A little bit further, guys. A little bit further. Mostly I want to get to this right here. Right here. Until so very long ago, you were but one of many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and your courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming Ida and Papalimo that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the Primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, and as you will soon discover. We have guests, Wisteria, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lamensa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Wisteria, your recent exploits have garnered you the attention of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have a Fritz Bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit that they have as evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Wisteria's deeds spread so quickly. The Immortal Flame should know of her triumphs to be expected, but the other Grand Companies... Yeep! Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Willowheart. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge the victor. And imagine all pride that we learned that you began your journey as an adventurer in our own Gridania. Know that the people hold you in high esteem, and that you will always be welcome among us. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of a valiant woman such as yourself, such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure to finally meet you, Mistress Wisteria Willowheart. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. Woman of your talent belongs to the Immortal Flames. Join our strength to yours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Uldar. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel Limsa Lamensa to the shores of glory. Fucking flabbergasted. Look, that's the screenshot for this particular edited episode, guaranteed. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of your situation would help me clarify your thoughts on the matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lamensa, the Order of the Twin Adders of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Uldar. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day will not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet I concede that it is no small choice you face. Ah, a thought occurs to me. You will of course recall the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services? Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of the Grand Companies will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well, let Wisteria hear our leader speak, and then return here with her decision. We eagerly await your answer. Sorry, my wife is being weird and distracting. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of rewards is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Wisteria, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs to be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one woman. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one woman amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will need it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to prevent the future of Eorzea as a whole. Preserve. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often into the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea is changing. Eorzea is changing with Studia, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are to take place. Okay, let's talk to Taru. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting with Stydia. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often. A few too many people. Next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue. Literally, if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where all the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will be the first to hold the 3 services. The Elder Seed Seer, Kane Senna, will deliver her address at Miaketo's amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it is possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that. Make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Uldar, where the Flame General Rabban al-Din will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there'll be a special guest. How exciting. Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa Laminsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Mirwib Bluffiswin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry Zenthiel, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go. I hope you can find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, schedule may well change in the favor of your preferable plans. Farewell. Not gonna lie, I did not know there was a preferred order, but we'll do it. I was planning on ending it there, but I want to finish this quest line because this would be an incredibly awkward spot to end it. Hopefully my wife can contain herself for about another 10 minutes. We'll see. Okay.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seed Seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity in Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done!
It's up to us to protect the
All
forest!
the elementals!
If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently, at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the same time as they summoned their primal removed. The Gridanians have no love of war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal every more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it's broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later, it will come to an all-out war. And when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Excuse me. Well, perhaps we will find out. The other Seatsier's words fell on fertile ground. Okay, one down. Here, right? Oh no, hold on. Well, I am going the long way. Okay. Next one.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanamo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Roban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Raubon? People of Ul'dah, I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
There we go. Uldans have a history of conflict with the Emulja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrits. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them? The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Guardians have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Emulja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Ul'dan says to smite the primal, and though the each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition, not well. Small wonder, then, that the Immortal Flames now are eager to recruit members. At such desperate hour, an adventure of your experience would be most welcome addition to their ranks. For the first couple quests here, I always thought that that girl was mute. I'm not going to lie, because she has yet to speak a single word, whereas he does not shut up. Okay, it occurred to me that I probably should have given some brief opinions, at least in some context, for the Gridanian Twin Adder Order versus the Immortal Flames, which we've now seen. So, Kane Senna I actually really like as a character, but I find myself, if I were going to go into battle, definitely preferring Raubon, and it's not just from his military prowess. Kane Senna, I think, would lack the conviction of a good leader to make necessary calls, whereas Raubon is very much pragmatic. Like, he's a soldier's soldier. I feel like he would be somebody that you might die under him, but he's going to be right there with you.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the Black Longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilfir's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, Gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limson Lamosa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagan, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in Limson's backyard. That is to say naught of the internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Limosans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat will be dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom will be drenched with the deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would provide a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Nods. Okay, travelers, so that was a speech. Quite a long speech, but really great lore, great context for the different cultures that we have. So I talked a little bit about Raban, my feelings towards him, and the flames in general. Hang on, let's do this one here. Styria, this has been Philia. You are well, I hope? Would it be correct in thinking the final remembrance service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I thought you remember our guests from the Grand Company. Delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. They've just been chilling in her office. I'm sure she's ready to get them the hell out of there. So, the Waking Sands. And this is where we're going to reveal a little bit of the character backstory that I have in mind, so I can explain my choice to you. Again, I've already disclosed my preference for Raban as a leader. I think the Immortal Flames are... I mean, they're full of corruption, as is most things in Ul'dah, but I think Raban is a leader that you can rally behind. And I love Nanamo. Nanamo is adorable, as are all Lullafels. We all know, of course. Tataru included. There are, sadly, very few Lullafels in Gridania. There are a couple in, whatchamacallit, Maelstrom, but not nearly as many. So, we talked about Raban. Let's talk briefly about Merylweb. So, Merylweb leads a republic of essentially freed pirates, right? This is her officer here. They're very cool. I like them. As a nation, they are the most bloodthirsty, and also, they're not a nation that I expect will outlive her. Now, Roga didn't tend to live a while, but if something were to happen to Merylweb, I don't think that Limsa would stay together, to be honest. Even with Mistbeard as her lieutenant, I'm pretty sure that Merylweb's death would be the inciting event for a complete collapse of Lamosan society. I just don't think that they have the culture built up yet. She's trying, but they don't have the culture of craftsmanship and artisanry and beach tourism and Costa del Sol that she's trying to cultivate to steer them away from piracy. So I think if she died, that nation's going to crumble. That's one reason why I never really vibe with them aesthetically. While I like pirates, I'm not overly fond of the ocean. Ul'dah, the flames here. Like I said, love Raban, love what the flames represent. This is not what I'm going to go with. This is usually what I go with. It's not what I'm going with here. So despite the fact that I like the glam the least, I like the symbol, I'm going to go with the Order of the Twin Adders. specifically because I want to impart to you some backstory for our lovely character here, Wisteria Willowheart. So you might have noticed I went with an Elizin. That was not an accident. So, this character is a former Ishgardian commoner. My wife is making eyes at me. Former Ishgardian commoner who was cast out for thoughts of heresy. So she ran to Gridania in order for support, which she did find. So she is going to lean into that, and she is going to join the Order of the Serpents. I also find Kane Senda to be a measured leader, a little bit less charismatic than Raban, surely, but yeah, definitely worth following, definitely worthy. Also very magically focused, which I'm fairly inclined towards. So, welcome back, Wisteria, where the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped. Each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Wisteria. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer. Brief aside, purely mechanically, just want to clarify that there is no real benefit to choosing one over the other. Give me a moment.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alisaie, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Okay. Sorry, I was not expecting that little cutscene for some reason. So, as I was saying then, Twin Adders. I take it the Elder Seedseer's words have touched your heart? Have you resolved to entwine your destiny with that of the Twin Adders? I have indeed. You've chosen wisely, my friend. The Elder Seedseer will be overjoyed. Without further ado, let us speak of practical matters. In order to complete the enrollment procedure, you must report to the Adder's Nest. I dare say you know it well from wanderings in New Gridania. Give your name to the personal officer there, and he will guide you through the formalities. I have no doubt that your deeds will bring great honor to the Order. When next we meet in Gridania, I shall be proud to call you sister. A little weird, but okay. Alright. Back I say. So we now have our selection made. Who is interesting right now? I just realized that the adders are probably the furthest away from an Aetherite. I suppose teleporting to the Conjurer's Guild would probably make this faster. That's fun. You are come to the Adder's Nest, headquarters of the Orders of the Twin Adder. Ever do we welcome they who would toil in the Elemental's name for the good of our forest nation. My name is Mysterious. Oh, I'll do this one. This is funnier. Ah, might you be Wisteria Willowheart? I thought as much. Our recruitment officer sent word that you would be coming. It is a pleasure and an honor to both welcome you into our ranks. Now let me gather together the relevant documentation. Sir! What is it? Report. An urgent message from Emerixi Spire, sir. A Highwind Skyways airship has taken fire from the Imperial forces in the skies over the Eastern Shroud. The vessel's engines were crippled, sir, and it was forced to make an emergency landing southeast of Nine Ives. Nine Ivies? Gods, that could not have come for the worst time. All but a handful of our forces are presently afield dealing with the Ixal. Wisteria, I know full well that you have yet to formally be inducted into our ranks, but we have urgent need of your aid. In all likelihood, the airship was bearing civilians, and if the reports are accurate, it will have come dangerously close to the Garlean-occupied territory. Please make all haste to the area southeast of the Nine Ivies. Locate the airship and ascertain the status of the passengers. This I can do. I am tempted. Yes, we will. It's not wibble wobble on it. If you're going to do it, do it. So we're going to do that quest as well, specifically for one reason. If I can, tomorrow, if I have the time, my wife does not distract me, if it's available, I will try to do a bonus stream where we go ahead and get all of the gathering and crafting classes, but I want to give those each the time to go through their stories. I don't want to skip anything. So I'll probably gather all of them up so that we can start doing Grand Company turn-ins. That'll be a really good way to both earn seals and also passively level things up in the background. I don't want to do that off screen, so I think our only recourse then is to do that bonus stream, if possible. If not tomorrow, it might be Sunday. But ideally sooner than later. Interestingly enough, I think this actually does crash land in different places based on your your Grand Company. I didn't know that, but that's interesting. I could be wrong about that as well, but it seems that way. An adventurer? What are you doing here? No way, let's find some cover first. The Adder's Nest sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Suppose you don't, friend. Want to throw down? Peace, friend. We mean you no harm. You are an engineer of Garland Irox, are you not? We were alerted to your plight and have come to rescue you. Ah, and you are Wisteria Willowheart, I presume. I was told to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. Never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work, as there no end to that man's treachery. The secrets of Magitech belong to Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Imperial scouts from Castromorians. They mean to requisition the ship. Wedge, you have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. A tiny Bronco? But isn't that the Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we bid since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland, well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for the first flight test. And she was soaring, she really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Tend me all. The Ironworks' latest creation must not fall into Garlean hands. We shall strike them swift and sure and rescue the engineer Wedge. Wisteria, I trust we can rely on your support. May the matron watch over us. With me! An ambush! To arms! Bring arms and legs, you're still gonna die. What's the expression? Stop running, you'll just die tired. Alright, you. Always start with the healer. I know that's a controversial thing to say as a healer main myself, but yeah, it's definitely functional. Last thing you want when you're trying to kill somebody is somebody healing it. Okay, he's all alone. What the hell is this? Whew. That was almost game over for me. I got a little cocky there, damn. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed in the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we shall be fine to fly the tiny Bronco home. While you do your work, we shall keep watch over the perimeter. The enemy may be lurking nearby. As for you, Wisteria, you have done more than your part today. I bid you return to the Adder's Nest and complete your enlistments. I pray there will be no further interruptions. When we next meet, let it be as fellow servants of the Order. I wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously though, if it hadn't been for you, the Twin Adders lads here, We'd have been chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge. Thank you. We're very grateful. Okay, back to it here. Okay, so reason we went over that plan. A little bit of conflict there, kind of rocked it out of me. Hopefully, I was able to somewhat explain it. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and unlock it so that whenever we get to our next stream, if there is a bonus stream and it's not just a story stream, I would like to unlock at least the first level of every crafting and gathering class, so I can start passively leveling them up. It's a thing you can do, which I'll show it that day. But Wisteria, it does my spirit well to see you returned. Word arrived but moments ago that the team of 9 Ivies. Lest you worry, the 2 engineers are safely on their way. The lieutenant informs me that you were instrumental in the mission's success. Had you not found Engineer Biggs when you did, and helped us to rout the Garleans, things might have been very different. And all this before you were even inducted into the Order. You are well on your way to carving out a fine career for yourself beneath the Twin Adder standard. But without further ado, let us see to your induction. 12 willing, there would be no further interruptions. Protocol requires that I appraise you of who we are and what we do, after which I will invite you to swear an oath of your own free will. The Order of the Twin Adders is the Grand Company of Gridania. It brings together the martial, economic, and technological resources of our nation that we might stand strong in times of direst adversity, when our very survival hangs in the balance. Our order was formed in the days before the calamity in the readiness to fight the Garlean Empire and to combat the beast tribes and their primals. Needless to say, our struggle continues to this day. Elder Seed Seer Kane Sina is the supreme commander of our forces. Under her wise leadership, we protect the people of Gridania and the sanctity of the Twelves Wood. As the entwined serpents that grace our standard, lest forest-born strive as one, with friends from afar, to ensure that peace shall ever reign over Gridania. In doing so, we honor the will of the elementals, and theirs is the will of the wood. Now then, Wisteria Willowheart, I ask that you give unto us your oath of allegiance, in whatever fashion you see fit. Seems like a simple one. What's will be done. So you know the words of our grand company. That is well. Bound by this common belief, let us strive to preserve all that is good in this great nation. By the power vested in me, I assign you the rank of Serpent Private 3rd Class. You are now a woman of the Order of the Twin Adder. Go forth, Private Willowheart, and do that which brings peace to the Twelves Wood and honor to our name. We'll say the I Dream of Genie salute is kind of a bonus. I forgot that that was their salute. Pearl activated. Can you hear me, Wisteria? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Order of Twin Adders contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Willowheart. I have no doubt that you will make an eager make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you're now a serpent of Gridania, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. The distinct call of a friend in need, perhaps. As you are needed elsewhere, I shall not keep you any longer. I would, however, suggest speaking with High Serpent Commander Voriswil Hauliox. I think I actually got that correct. Before you depart. He may provide you assistance in the journey ahead. Now accept the quest Malum Chocobo, Twin Adder, by speaking with Voriswil Hauliox. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario of Realm Reborn. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Look at that. my little chocobo. Ah, Private Willowheart, I understand you have been working tirelessly in Gridania's name. You truly are an example to your fellow servants. But tell me, have you ever felt that, though you couldn't get to your destination quickly enough, that perhaps you could do with a swifter pair of legs? If so, you might consider getting a personal chocobo. You have yet to be issued your own bird, am I correct? Given your considerable talents, you should be able to obtain one in no time at all. Let me tell you how to go about it. First, you must obtain a serpent chocobo issuance by exchanging company seals with the quartermaster. Once you have this steed, present it to our man Singur, and he will furnish you with a suitable bird. I'm also going to take this one. Listen well, Private Willowheart. The Order of the Twin Adder does not just welcome glory seekers willy-nilly to our ranks. You stand here today because we believe in your potential. We believe that you will go forth as a serpent and help restore order to the world gone mad. And yet potential alone will not carry you far. Indeed, the road to glory is littered with the bodies of would-be heroines who lack the determination and diligence to hone their innate talents. But you will not suffer the same fate, I am certain of it. It is such high hopes for you, your future, that I will send you to begin the next phase of your training. The venue shall be the Wolves' Den, a proving ground established by the Eorzean Alliance to prepare Grand Company recruits for the battles that lie ahead. The Wolves' Den is to be found just off the shores of Lenosia. The ferry at Morbide Docks in Lower Lenosia will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Barakoya Latoyashin. I have already taken the liberty of submitting a letter of recommendation on your behalf. Did I take these yet? Yeah, not yet. Zero seals currently. Does this one give me seals? Gives me 300 seals. How much is a chocobo issuance? Never seen that before. I think it should surely be here. Surely it's not in the third tier. That'd be ridiculous. I'm still not seeing it. Ah, there we go. Serpent Chocobo issuance. So that would actually be enough, hilariously. So that is something we're going to do right now, then. What an annoyance. I promise I'm not trying to be on all night, guys. I promise. Just go grab that so we get enough seals that we can go ahead and do a thing here. Jump, jump. And jump, jump. Jump. Okay. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time in putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tales of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We, the Scions, are truly fortunate to have you with us, Wisteria. Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, says. Oh. Thanks again for getting us out of this mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm God's man. Spit it out already, will you? Wedge, at your service. I'm pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that the Scions should serve as keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we need the knowledge of experts, and so requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who so very kindly sent us their 2 finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself to have been blessed to be given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I thought of such fulfillment, such happiness. Okay, let's take the next one just so we can move on from this here.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you. Eorzea, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know, it would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Okay, so let's go and do this real quick. Oh, is that the? Oh my God! We're gonna turn this one in, because that is the quest that we need in order to be able to attain our job, and we will no longer be carrying a stick, and instead be considered a white mage. But that will definitely be a thing for another day, because yeah, it's definitely time that I finish up with this, get my chocobo, and call it a day. We know far too little about the Sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the Scions once more if we are to Ah, beg pardon. It's a terrible habit of mine to think out loud, but tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? Okay. Not gonna get that one just yet. And this one I'm looking for right now is just this. This used to be way more expensive, by the way. I distinctly remember that. Okay, now where do I put this? Didn't I have to talk to him to get it? Damn it all. Hang on. Got to talk to him to give it to him. Bob doesn't Private Willowheart, reporting for duty. That's the zeal I like to see from an enterprising young servant. Good evening, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Ida and Papalimo, always a pleasure to see you two. My men tell me your quest in the name of the Scions of late. Quite so, Commander. Little Bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Aye, Little Bird sings true, no doubt. You've heard that we're investigating the Sylphs? That curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelveswood home. The Sylphs are, for the most part, a peaceful bunch, much to the delight of the elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see her people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The Twin Adders is the same and is of the same mind, and 'tis precisely for this reason that the Sylph's relation to the primal Ramu has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Should there ever be a sliver of a chance that the summoning of a primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribe, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better to be safe than sorry, indeed. Do we strike at Ramu and leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question, yet I find myself lacking the ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but to listen only to one's own is among the greatest mistake a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That is where you Scions come in. The Sylphs of Little Solace remain untempered, and have held many a productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on their tempered brethren. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-central faux pas get in the way of a productive parley. En route to Little Solace, you will come upon the Hawthorne Huts. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you as to how to win the Sylph's favor. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly parley with the Sylphs. This should be pleasant enough diversion. The Hawthorne Hut, was it? Why, I believe the ferry departing from West Shire should take us straight there. A friendly parley-vous? Indeed. I hope it will be straightforward as you say, Papalimo. I'm Cockney, isn't it? It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm sorry. Alamigo. You won't get that yet, but at some point you will. Okay, so are you who I talked to about Chocobo? First exchange, once you present to Singor. Singor, where are you? I don't see a Singor. That was supposed to be here, huh? Not that. Chocobo. Singor, he is this way. Didn't even need to talk to that guy. Didn't even need to start this quest on. Want a bird issued, you say? There we go. Then all I'll need is to see your Serpent Chocobo issuance. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your Chocobo. I'm so excited. This is big news right here. Look at him. Here he is. This fellow has the highest spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed his master was coming. Now, to make it official, you'll want to give your noble steed a name. Oh, I hadn't thought about the name. Oh, no. Quay. Oh, what to name him? gonna be a her. Fuchsia. I dare say he likes his name. She likes her name, thank you. Here's your very own chocobo whistle. Simply blow it and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in a crowded city or areas of monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present the Chocobo Rider's License, as is required by law. That's hilarious. I did not remember that. And that concludes our formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. We shall have. Okay, let's blow this whistle. We are now the proud owners of a Chocobo. That is super exciting. Okay. Okay, how do you get feisty little Chocobo? Once again, the high level. Level. Well. So, we have done an absolute ton this episode. Way more, honestly, than I was anticipating us doing or even planning for. So, let's give it a quick recap then. So, we did journey number 1. We did our mission, our 2, whatchamacallit, dungeons. Got those knocked out. We then proceeded to figure out some stuff in Camp Drybone. We got the Primal Ifrit banished, discovered that we are immune to the Echo, met all the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Immune to tempering, excuse me. We joined a grand company, Order of the Twin Adders, which fleshes out our backstory, which I might make a short video on. We got a Chocobo, Fuchsia. She will need a lot of accessories and coloring. And we have a plan now to enhance our experience to grand companies and all that. By unlocking all of the crafting and gathering quests via a bonus quest. That quest will not, or excuse me, stream. That stream will not include anything story related besides the crafting and gathering classes. What I'll do is I'll try to pick something reasonable, say 5 to 10 levels per crafting or gathering class, and try to attain that for each one. And then I'll try to bookmark a time where we can do this again at the other levels, basically. That bonus will probably not get edited and will instead sit as a bonus video, not inside the core playlist. But either way, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for being with me on this incredibly long stream. I think the longest stream we've done yet. We did a lot today. We learned a lot about the story. And this has been Eorzea the Literary Bear, and I appreciate you guys. We will see you on the next time. Until then,